What's up? What's up? Maybe. Let's do the audio check first. Where the hell is everything? Basically. Okay, here it is. And how is the audio on Twitch? What's with the audio on Twitch? I hear nothing. I assume nothing is working. What's up? What's up? I think the music might be too loud. Or I have a wrong audio source hooked up. Give me a second. It's been a long time since the last time I streamed. Properties? No, it is. Right, Sos. What's up? What's up? 1, 2, 1, 2. What? What's up? What's up? 1, 2, 1, 2. Alright, I need to. Give me a quick second. Filters. Limiter. I need to increase my output gain. 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh, I think it is better. 1, 2, 1, 2. Microphone check. Microphone check. Alright, I think the audio on that front is alright. Let's try to mix the music in. This time I'm using Unreal Tournament 99. What's up? What's up? I think the audio is alright. On Twitch, at least. Let's see how it is on YouTube. How it is on YouTube. 1, 2, 1, 2. I think it's alright. On YouTube as well. Alright, I think we'll lock and load for a nice stream today. Let's get back to the restream here. Yada yada yada. Alright, alright. So, hello everyone. A long time no see. Yeah, how much time it was since I last streamed? Like it must be at least 5, 6, or maybe even 7 weeks. I moved places, as you can see. I moved in with my partner. As you can see, the cat is living here. He will feature soon. Yeah, I had to do the whole move by hand. I didn't hire a company this time, as I usually do, etc. But those are boring topics. Today, we will be streaming a second part of the stream when I'm of series, I would call it, actually. I'm working here on a game. Let's maybe launch a game once again. Kinda puzzle type game. And what the fuck I was doing here? I think. Yeah, we can launch sparks off of things. Lots of puzzles related to Flame propagation, basically game is all about shooting arrows, and that's how you solve problems. I see some things are broken right now, so I would have to fix them. Fuck. So many bugs I see. Flame propagation, is it also? No, it ain't. It's still working. Alright. So yeah, I'm working on a small video game. Right now only placeholder graphics because it's, you know, just I would call it a dirty ass prototype. We can traverse like this. We can launch ourselves from our bow because it's a game about bows and arrows. This is a bow, a placeholder bow. Whee! And we overshot everything. And we were flying in the air. Yeah, it's stupid as fuck, right? But oh my god. Okay, I'm back. And yeah, I gotta fix some bugs that appeared that I don't remember appearing beforehand. But yeah, it's more like a puzzle game. I would love to add co-op to it. But right now I'm in the process of like I defined the basic primary actions for this game, and now I'm adding toys to the toy box in the sense of, or the aim of it is to get to such a point where I will be able to create like the whole sequence, whole level that is playable, right? And yeah, I'm having fun with it. But I also wanted to explore art style a little bit. And on the last stream, and we got Cat. Pumba is here. Yay, Pumba. Say hello to the world. Pumba. Is it? Can you see him on the camera? Yay. This is Pumba. Pumba, say hello to the world. Yay. This is Pumba. He is a lovely cat. British short hair, as you can see, with an amazing gentleman personality, right? Pumba, co tam? Pumbishten. Yeah, he is my partner during development. And he's a young one. He's like 7 or 8 months old. Go, have your adventures. Are you going to sit near me? Or are you going to go straight for the cables? No, don't go for the cables. Yeah, I still have to do like cable management up in here. Okay, you're lying down in here. One of my colleagues said that Pumba is kinda like if someone installed a dog software on a cat. It's not untrue. But he does have a lot of cat-like behaviors. But he's so calm, he's so gentle, he's allows you to pet him in such ways that most of the cats wouldn't. Really. Yeah, I'm sure at some point he will just come up here. And he also, when I'm working, likes to, you know, sit on the desk, look at what I'm doing, look at the blueprint or code or whatever. So yeah, I'm sure he will come up in here. Oh, you're already going somewhere, buddy? No, don't go for the cables. Meow, meow, meow. Oh, and my partner just threw electronic mice for him. Okay, go grab it. But I don't know if this sound won't be annoying to y'all. If it is annoying, then, you know, let me know. He has this little mouse. I don't know if the camera angle is grabbing it. it makes this kind of sound. If it is too annoying, give me a second. Give me, let me know. And jump on the bed. And I threw the mouse into more cables. Great, I'm genius. Whatever. Oh shit, I'm supposed to change the status. Yeah, it's been a long time since I streamed, so is that my handle? Let me quickly see, because I kinda forgot what's my handle on Twitch. It's been so long. No, it's that. I'm stupid as hell. Okay. Okay, now I'm prepared to stream. You can see that I'm rusty with it. Alright. What is this? Okay. I don't care about that. No, that's also not that. Alright, so today's stream is all about, trying to use Unreal Engine to find art style, or at least how to do this art style, because I have this game in front of me. And on the last stream of the last year, I already did a little something, some experimentation, but let me maybe get back to the basics to show what I kinda meant for this game, because it's supposed to be more arcadey, more... where are you, Pumba? Yeah, and arcadey, puzzly, and I was thinking about the art style that would be more like, what if the whole world and the whole game actually looked like if it was drawn on a piece of grid paper, right? And I tried to use, AI to generate me a picture of what that could look like, but it didn't really do a great job with that, I'll be honest, because even though those pictures look so right, it's not exactly what I have in mind, because they look like if it was a world made out of paper, grid paper, and colored, etc., etc., right? So it doesn't. You can still feel that it is like a 3D world. When I'm going for more like, hey, it is a 3D world, but drawn in on a 2D piece of paper, right? So that's not exactly what I'm going for, right? And I got a couple of other. Let me quickly change one thing because I think I forgot. Yes. Okay. Yeah, it's more like a flip book when someone drew every frame of a game inside of a grid paper flip book. So it's kind of like that. And what's going on in here? Yeah. Kind of like that. Pumba, you want to get out of the room? You want to go? Okay. Give me a sec. I need to open the door for Pumba. Or... what do you want, Pumba? Pumba? Już wyjść? Nie, chillujesz. Okay. He's chilling in the cut. Okay, so yeah, more like a flip book or something, right? So I didn't really find perfect example of what I'm going for. Like, these things are nice, but these are like more of 2D drawings, right? 2D paintings done as a flip book. Yeah, this is also like a 2D character. And that's not exactly what I'm going for. I'm not sure if what I have in mind is attainable. This is more like it when you actually have some 3D shape in here, right? And it all looks hand-drawn. I'm not even sure if it is doable. This is like from the old Nintendo DS game that I love, Hotel Dusk. and or maybe its sequel, Last Window. But yeah, this is also something maybe resembling of what's going on, even though this is clearly a 2D sprite. There is something in here, but it is still like a 2D anime character. Yeah, so I haven't found like a perfect thing. There is like Dragon Ball 40 40th anniversary video when it kinda goes into that look, but not really of what I'm going for. Yeah, like this looks awesome, right? But it's still, you know, it's way better than what I have in mind, right? So it's also not like a direct reference, but it's somewhere in between. Like if you created a flip book on a grid paper and you start flipping through, so each frame is actually a frame of, you know, the game, right? I'm not really sure if it is a viable look, if it is cool or not, if it will look cool or not, right? So, you know, we'll see. This is TLD draw. I accidentally learned about that and started using it really for work purposes, private purposes, etc. This is like a pure ref and paint, but infinite canvas, but for free online. It doesn't have like super extensive features like Miro, but I don't need those, right? And it's still collaborative. I can share this board with people, etc., etc. And it works for me. It's great. So I was doing some tests already of what I could do, of what I couldn't do. So this kind of looks like that for now. And yeah, on the day job I work as a, you know, gameplay programmer. I'm not an artist, visual artist, not a tech artist, not the rendering guy. So in most cases, you know, I'm just learning with y'all of how to achieve something, how to affect a specific thing, etc., etc. So for now I have this that I am able to like display the grid paper all the time as like a background, but not as a 3D background, but more like an actual 2D perspective. But still, it ain't exactly what we're talking about. And oh, I think Pumba wants to go out once again. Pumba, chcesz wyjść? Czy gryziesz moje kable? Yeah, I need to do a cable management in here because it's a mess, and both Pumba and Young Timon are, you know, constantly tempted to play with those cables, etc. And it might be dangerous for both of them and the cables, so, you know, I hope I will have a way to do it soon. Yeah, so basically the idea is that every surface will look like as if it was, you know, colored with colored pencil. I will need to add outline as if it was, you know, the shape was outlined by a blue ballpoint or black ballpoint or whatever, right? Yeah. And I did like a couple of tests of what works or what not works, etc., etc. And for example, you know, here I have a texture of like ugly ass, you know, coloring. But it is in the UV space of the object, and it doesn't look amazing, but at least you can understand where are you in the 3D space. Because if I did it the other way around, where it was in the screen space, you had no idea where the fuck were you, right? So I had already like a couple of things, you know, tested out. Took a little bit of time and experimentation, etc. But yeah, I asked one of my friends from game development, like, I explained to him like what I would love to go to, showed him a couple of references, but told him like this ain't exactly what I'm going for. It's more like actually drawn on a grid paper. And he was like, listen, the easiest way to do it would be to actually write your own renderer or get into the rendering pipeline and change a couple of things. And I'm like, I ain't doing this because fuck no. I barely am capable of working with materials on the gameplay front, right? I am able to, like do it, but in the art department, it's like, okay, I'm barely stepping my feet there, right? And he was like, okay, I will give you some pointers, but I'm not gonna pretend that it will 400% sure work, right? And like I've written down what, some notes from the conversation I had with him, and we will try to implement all of this. So it might not work out. So I might get back to gameplay prototyping or fixing prototypes, etc. In here. My friend shall remain nameless as he wished to be anonymous. And yeah, let's go. So one of the first things, let me maybe quickly explain how we will go about this. Yeah, let me do this a little bit. Yeah, okay. And yeah, so the one thing about TL draw is cool. That is cool is that it works. It gets into the pencil and tablet mode immediately after it detects the tablet input, which is awesome, right? And I can switch my tools, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, as I would be changing weapons and in Half-Life, right? Okay. And it has the awesome thing, laser. I can circle something as a point of attention and it will disappear. That's cool. Okay, so yeah, let's quickly write. And yeah, I want to also do, because I like this references to grid and tool lock. Thank you. Yeah, and okay, we have our thing set up. Yeah, so the 3 things I feel like I need to do, and that's what I've been talking about, is like having a good outline, right? But the outline wouldn't be just like a post process, because then it wouldn't really create this look of things being drawn, by hand, and the outline being like a little bit squiggly, etc. Like it might not work out. And I was like, okay, if it is not post process, right? Heavy post process that might have some errors, how would I go about it? And he basically told me about how Guilty Gear is doing things, and a couple of other games, and this inverted convex hull, which basically, at least as I understand it, it's like if you have a shape, right? Like I am unable to draw. If you do have a shape like a right rectangle or cylinder, right? Basically, Diabolit asks, "Hi, wanna touch my convex hull?" I will write you in private. Hi, Diabolit, nice to have you here. I see you have a doggo as your avatar. Nice. Pumba, watch. Diabolit, musicie zobaczyć. Chodź. Or are you chilling out? You chilling out? Chillujesz? Chcesz mieć spokój? Okay. Pumba will appear later because he wants to chill the fuck out right now. But basically it's like, okay, here are the outside walls, right, of the shape, and you are inverting it, so the outside actually becomes the inside wall, and vice versa, right? Basically it means reversing normal vectors up in this bitch, right? So instead of pointing outwards, they are starting to point inwards, and you kinda scale this thing up, right? So they are a little bit bigger suddenly. And you apply material to them that works in such way that it doesn't display the inside walls, so they are becoming basically see-through, but those edges can be colored and they can be super thick, and that way you can do outline without post-process. At least that's how I understand it. Yes, we will try to do that today, so we will add outline to this shit. Diabolit, how are you doing? How are you and your doggos? Everything's alright, bro? You're better. Glad to hear that. Glad to hear that. What's that? What's with my input? Oh. Well, Dabble says, well, we announced Layers of Fear free, so kinda better. Ah, yeah, I saw that. I think this morning when I woke up, I looked quickly, scrolled through gaming news, and I was like, oh, you guys announced that. Nice. Good to hear, good to hear. So I hope, you know, mood is more on the upper side. The upside of things. Are you playing anything right now? As in, like, are you going through some game or? Diabolit says, and I got back to my Unreal Engine learning. Create a chessboard. Oh, nice! So you're doing as a Unreal Engine exercise, you're creating like a chess game, right? Do I understand that correctly? Diabolit also says, I'm playing Dying Dungeon. Dying Dungeon. I think I remember this. Dying Dungeon. Let's pull it up quickly. I think someone on the podcast, one of the podcasts that I listened to, mentioned this thing about a little bit about this game. That it is coming or whatever. He either played a demo, someone on the podcast, or like something they were talking about. Specifically that. And yeah. It's been a year. Nice. Oh, it's got nice reviews. Do you like it? The graphics are cool. Simple but stylish. See cover, try to dodge them. Looking good. Looking good. Okay, so the second thing I'm trying to do is, yeah, this is like an outline that we'll try to do. The second thing that is important for the look that I'm going for is like shadows. Basically, it means like, well, shadows in Unreal, you know, are, yeah, if you have like a sphere, it will create like a sphere based, of course, shadow, and it will be like realistically rendered as a shadow, right? But I don't want realistically rendered. I actually want it to be like as if it was, you know, like hand drawn in, right? And when I asked about this, my friend looked at me and he said, he written to me like, are you sure you don't want to just create your own renderer for this shit? Because then it would be kind of easier. And I was like, nope. And he was like, all right, I have an idea. I'm not sure if it will work, but, you know, take it or leave it. Play around with it. At least it might steer you in some direction of experimentation, right? So that would be another thing. And of course, as you already saw, the third thing that I want to play with is, of course, coloring of the coloring slash texturing of the object when it also needs to look as if it was, you know, colored via colored pencil, right? By hand, by some kid or whatever, right? So it needs to work exactly like that. It doesn't need to be a realistically lit or anything like this. and he also pointed me to the direction. He said like, well, I understand that you did the UV wrapping around the mesh space, but I think you should do it on the screen space, and with the outline and with the changed shadows, you will actually start to get a little bit more of this understanding of where you are in the 3D space, which I didn't achieve on the stream in the previous year, right? So we'll see if it will go. I have like this recipe that he sent out, like, listen, this is how I kinda would do it. No promise it will work, as you know, we can see here. There's no promise that it will work, but at least it should, you know, provide some starting point. And Diaboli, this is TL Draw, what I'm using right now. I feel like it is a little bit better than Miro in that sense that it is a little bit less complicated. It's for free. You can share stuff online, and yeah, it's like the best combination between Paint, pure ref, and slight note taking. So, you know, I think we should move some of our notes to TL Draw because, yeah, it is really cool. And it's free. You can also self-host it. Once I will fucking set up the server here. Giblink, okay. Oh, and you also answered about Dying Dungeon. Diabol, it says about Dying Dungeon. I like it as it has some nice simple gameplay with a lot of depth in it. That's like the holy grail for me. I don't know how to design these kind of things yet. I wish I will learn such skill. To have like simple gameplay, but you know, super deep, right? I think last night on the podcast I heard something about the game called Tomb of Bloodletter or something like this. Yeah, and it is yeah, but it says it is simple. Just start simple. Yeah, I have a tendency to overcomplicate things. And also let me give you the link to TL Draw. Yeah, I have a tendency to overcomplicate things and over balloon, explode ideas right out of the gate. So for me, it is learning to restrain and think about simple idea. And as we talked in private, and you know, it's as if like taking one lemon and making the biggest amount of, you know, juice as you can, right? I am not great at it yet, so you know, because I have tendency to overcomplicate things. So for me, it is hard. Well, I know it is doable and learnable, so you know. I read about this game, heard on the podcast yesterday, and it's funny because it is like a roguelike with like some magic systems, etc. RPG, but you deal damage by typing letters, and each letter is modifying your attack or spell. And through the process of experimentation, you're kind of learning what letter, how it modifies your spell and shit, right? And also, you're, as I understand, you're using letter to maneuver in the dungeon or whatever. And the podcasters from Note Clip Crew basically were saying that it's like such a brainy game because suddenly you're thinking about dealing damage or crafting spells kind of like a magician. Like, okay, now I need to have a word that will end with this exact 4 letters, but also it needs to have 2 Z's in the row because this will increase, you know, something, and I will do fire damage to something that is weak to fire, but it will double it, etc., etc. Like this is super brainy game. I want to, you know, at some point try it out because it seems awesome. Like a simple idea, but you know, ballooning up, as if someone took Typing of the Dead and turned it into an RPG and put it into a roguelike system. Diabolic says, amazing, I will test it today. Please, you know, write me on the private what you think about this. Because I only heard about, you know, that in a podcast. I trust these guys from the No Clip Crew. They are producing amazing documentaries and their taste is rather on point in my opinion. But, you know, I still want to play it. And once I heard the idea that, you know, letters are transforming the way you are interacting with stuff, I felt like, holy shit, this is such a simple genius idea. I will never come up with this. So yeah. Uh, okay, enough of talking about other games. Let's get back to our stuff, right? So my game looks like, I mean, searching for the art style. Looks like shit right now. This is the result for now. The only thing that I really like is the paper, grid paper. Of course, it's like a photo taken with my phone or whatever notebook I had by hand. So, you know, for the proper art style, I would, of course, had to do like a really good photo. Um, so it wouldn't look as shitty as this, right? And like the texturing, I would have to like. I'm into this shit that I would take coloring pencils and actually create all the textures on the paper by hand. Do a good photo of it with my partner's proper pro camera, and you know, work on that, etc. But first, we need to establish whether we can even render something like this, right? So let's jump right into the notes from my dude. And yeah, and this time I'm not playing my beats as a background because I was kind of tired of them, and I decided to try, hey, let's use Unreal Tournament 99 soundtrack as a background, and let's see if I will get DMCA or some other bullshit copyright claim, especially as Unreal games, the old ones, have become freeware. So I'm wondering how the system will work. I might get flagged, but I just want to test it out. So there is a thing that I never really used in Unreal that is called overlay material. I didn't even know that it exists, but basically it means like when we have this cone, right? Just regular fucking cone. And we go to the rendering section. Let me just quickly turn on the presentation, better presentation, which you can go into widget reflector, demo mode, mouse click, and key. And now it will show where I'm clicking and show the buttons that I'm clicking. Right, and yeah, and you have a rendering section here, right? We'll find it in a second. And wait, oh, I can do like a wireframe color, right? Actually, never really paid too much attention to the rendering section of it because I'm a gameplay programmer, right? But yeah, basically there are like lots of options in here, and one of those is like overlay material, and that's where we will implement our materials, so it can create an outline for this cone. I never used it, so you know, mesh will be rendered twice, as they are saying here, base material and the overlay material. You can probably do a lot of crazy shit with it, and from my understanding, this is what Guilty Gear and Dragon Ball Fighters and games from ArcSys kinda are using to do this. Their style, etc., of you know, cartoon manga outline. We'll see. So first he says that it should be unlit material with the blend mode. Let's try to do this. So we'll create a new material, M of outline convex all, or maybe just outline overlay. I don't really know how to organize it yet because I never really worked with this. And he says that it should be unlit. Makes sense. And masked blend mode. Blend mode should be masked. Okay, man, it should be two-sided material. Also makes sense, right? Because we will be inverting normals of a surface. So we want to have it two-sided, and one side will basically be omitted. But the edges of the mesh will be visible and will be colored, right? So yeah. what else he says? We should take vertex normal world space with some parameter that we will be defining, some outline with it, and we should hook it up to world position offset, and that's what will kinda scale our mesh and rendering without actually scaling it, as I understand, right? So let's try that. Vertex normal. Oh, okay, and we will be creating some parameter, right? Convert to parameter, outline with it, right? I don't know, we will do like 5 because I don't really know what I'm doing, and we'll be multiplying those two values. And as I understand, we'll be putting it in the world position offset, right? Oh, and it became bigger, as you can see. If I unhook it, the whole sphere did nothing. But once I will hook it, it should, yeah, it got bigger a little bit. So if I type in like 50, it will get way bigger, super big outline. Right, so that's one thing. So from what I understand, what we are doing here is we are taking each vertex normal that exists within the mesh in the world space. We are making it 5 times bigger, right? So it's kinda, and putting that normal as a world position offset. So it takes, why should I show it with hands when I can fucking draw? Yeah. What is going on? Yeah, so it basically, can I draw like a vertex? Yeah, it, when we have like a wall, right? And each vertex have its normal pointing in a specific direction, right? Basically, we are saying, hey, in this direction, move it, you know, like 5 units away. So it will be new vertex will be here, 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 and here. So this is actually, you know, this whole wall has been kind of moved 5 times from where it was, and depending on the shape and the whole fucking mesh, it will look you know, like it got scaled up, even though it really wasn't. Diabolit says, sorry for interruption, could you remind me of the name of this game about letters? I'm old. Oh, don't worry, I understand that. I am constantly forgetting about most basic shit. And I think it was Tomb of Bloodletter? Tomb of the Bloodletter. Let me drop a link, maybe. Yeah. Here's the link, bro. Yeah, so I understand that's what happened to the vertex here, right? And we are doing it. So basically each vertex of the mesh is getting moved along the normal axis 5 units away on this axis, right? No problem, bro. That's what I understand from that note from my bro. And now we need to make sure that only one side is visible, because the trick is that we will have an inverted normal, right? Space of a face or a wall or whatever. And, or should I say, we'll be only rendering one side of it, right? So we'll create this effect of basically making only as if you were rendering a wireframe of a object. We won't be rendering the everything in between edges and vertices. I think I'm explaining it terribly, so the visual explanation will be the best. And we are supposed to use two-sided sign, and I kind of don't understand where I should hook it up. But basically we should use two-sided sign. Okay. And +1 is a front face, -1 is a back face. So two-sided sign bigger than 0, opacity mask should be 0. Less than 0, opacity mask should be 1. I barely understand what the fuck we were talking about it here, but okay, we have two-sided sign. For flipping normal on the back faces, two-sided custom lighting materials to match the functionality of +1 from front faces, -1 for back faces. So the note, the way it works, by default it gives +1 if we are rendering front face, -1 if we are rendering back face. So that's why we want to do like this switch between 0 and 1, right? So we should just do like a switch. That's how it works, right? No. An if, yeah, let's use an if statement for now. So we are inputting A, and if A is bigger than 0, then we are outputting actually 0, right? Yeah. And if it is less than 0, we are outputting 1 actually. And that should be input into opacity mask. So I have no fucking clue what I'm looking at, I'll be honest. All right. I'm sure it can be implemented better, like with a step function or something, right? Like, let's use cube. Oh, okay. It actually doesn't render the... Yeah, that's kinda like it, right? Like, we see empty space where the edges are, and we are only seeing inside of faces, right? So we also should make sure that this is invisible, right? So I'm not sure, because it should produce the outline like right now, right? Like, if I understand that correctly. Let's add emissive color, like yeah, we have like back color in here, right? Okay. And it did like something completely opposite, but maybe I am not understanding exactly how it works, right? So let's use this overlay material. I have it selected. Let's input it in here. Let's learn. Oh, actually it did create it. Oh, of course, because it's like two meshes getting together. Right. Okay. So actually I should create more like a material function for that, because I will have a lot of objects inside of my... or maybe not. I should just outline overlay everything, but I should... Yeah, actually it fucking works. Man, it works right out of the gate. Thanks, my hidden bro. Okay, so like... by the way, I have a Chrono Trigger t-shirt from my partner. She's the best. I have always wanted to have a Chrono Trigger anything, because it's hard to come by in Poland, and this is an amazing gift. Diablo says, whoa, nice one. This will be our art style. It could be. For now, I am, experimenting with for the game that I'm making here on stream, right? The bow and arrow game that I'm using to become, learn more about game design and other stuff, right? Basically, I tried to use AI to generate pictures, but it isn't exactly what I'm going for what is, it created, because it's more like a 3D world made out of paper, objects that were colored, and what I'm going for, at least for this, you know, stream made game, is as if the whole game was being drawn in your notebook as a flipbook, kinda. So it's somewhere between that and come on, open up. What in the holy mother of? Why those links? And my whole computer freaking froze? What the? Oh, maybe it's. Yeah, because I have a pen and pencil mode. Yeah. So I have to click with the pen and pencil. Yeah, kinda like it's every frame was being rendered as if it was a flipbook. Colored by pencil, but it is a 3D space. Like, I couldn't find the exact, you know, like reference. But, yeah. Okay, I already opened that link. But it only exists in my head. Yeah, I really didn't get what I was what the fuck? Wanted to open. What the? Yeah, I need to exit pen and pencil mode. Let me quickly turn that off. I can click through links like a normal person. Yeah, I haven't found like an actual, yeah, because I wanted to look more like a 3D world, but drawn on a 2D paper, grid paper, to be exact, right? So, yeah, there are bits of pieces from those references of what I'm going for, but not like 100% in, and it's more like I have an idea for how it could look like, but I'm not an artist, so you know, still the way of drawing and coloring should be done by artists. This is like from the Nintendo DS game Hotel Dusk, or its sequel, Last Window. Obviously, this is a 2D sprite, but it almost kinda is the way, you know, I think about this. This is actually more like a 2D effect, but you know, I haven't found like the exact reference, so I am making my own reference in here. Diablo, it says, oh, fucking amazing. Huh, thank you. Thank you. That is an idea for sure. And it automatically detected pen mode. Nice. Yeah. So, yeah, and as I said before, I asked a person who wanted to be anonymous how I should go about it. They told me like the easiest way would be to create your own renderer or get into the Unreal Engine rendering pipeline and rewrite some things, but I ain't the rendering artist. So yeah, he gave me like a couple of pointers of where I could go with the thing. What the fuck? And yeah, we'll be going. I'm trying this shit out. Dexterowski is here. Hi. Oh, you're alive. Yeah, I'm surviving. Yes. Hello. Really long time no see. Yeah, I had to take care of so much stuff. I really need this time off to like take care of live shit. Move, as you can see. You know, here's a cat tractor, and behind me the cat is right now gnawing on my cable, but a perfect timing, Dexterowski. This is Pumba. Yeah. Hello, Pumba. Hey. This is Pumba. I'm not sure if you can see him in front of the camera. Yeah. Pumba, say hello to the world. Hello. Hello. You're featured on stream. People want to see more of you than me, and I understand it. I would also want to see more of you than my own fucking face. Yeah. One of my colleagues said that he is kind of like if someone installed the dog software on a cat because he has like a couple of behaviors that, you know, he likes to walk around your leg. He responds to like Pumba, hodge. And oh, you see, he really responds well to his name, etc. But he is a cat. He is a sweet cat. He's very patient, very, very patient. When young Timon sometimes, learns how to pet him, he might grab him by the cheek, etc. And this ain't the problem for Pumba. He's very kind and gentle. Prawda, Pumba? Jesteś podziakiem. Yeah, so... Oh, you want to go on my desk? Okay. Here you go. Patrz na biureczko. Yeah. And when I'm working, he loves to, like sit here and look at the code or chase the mouse pointer, etc., etc. Yeah, and he's extremely patient. Extremely patient. Yeah, and he'll be featured on every future stream if he, will decide to come here. Co tam, Pumbuś? Chcesz wyjść? Nie, chillujesz. Oh. So yeah, this will be the moment when you will hear me speaking Polish because, he understands Polish language. He doesn't give a fuck about English. Oh, he's just chilling at my desk. I really want to take a picture of that. But I'm sure that as soon as I will grab my phone to take a picture, he will be gone. Check if he can... Dexterowski says, check if he can retrieve a ball. One of my cats can do this and very like it. He can, but only my partner is able to do this. Like, my partner is like Dr. Dolittle, basically. Like, when we were at her cousin's place, there was a dog, and, my partner's cousin was like, oh, the dog doesn't, really play catch. And my partner threw a ball, and he immediately, like, gave it back, retrieved it. And people were like, what? That dog never did this. And the same with like Pumba and other cats. Like my partner is able to play catch with him. Pumba doesn't retrieve the ball for me that much, but for example, when I call him out, like to come to me or other stuff, then yeah, he responds. But he only plays, retrieve a ball with my partner. But sometimes he just, brings a toy that he wants to play with me in his teeth, and he puts in front of me, and he looks at me and he waits for me to like throw it to him, etc. So he has very intelligent behaviors, and he understands how to ask for something, etc. And right now you don't hear it, and he probably during the whole stream will be shy and not talking about anything, but he's very talkative and he's very attention seeking. Like he loves being near humans, near us. Oh, and he has his little favorite mouse in here that makes a noise. Yeah, and he cured me of my, allergy to cats. Like he sheds, fur, etc., and nothing on my end. Or at least I'm not allergic to him. At the beginning, it's basically as Dexterowski, as you and Barabash were talking about. At the beginning, I was taking a little medicine, but right now it's nothing. It's like I don't have an allergy. So really kudos to you and Barabash. Kudos to Dexterowski and Barabash, because without you guys, we wouldn't taken, Pumba in our life, and he's been such a wonderful addition to our family that, I cannot imagine him not being here. And yeah, an allergy are not a problem. The body can be like, okay, we're not allergic to cats anymore because we have the cat. It's amazing. Dexterowski says, oh, my 3 or 4 cats are very loud. They literally scream all day. Yeah, that can happen. Glad to hear that your allergy gone. Oh yeah, thank you. It was actually yours and Baraba's pro tip. Like, hey, yeah, we were trying to, use this therapy and that therapy. Nothing helped. Getting a cat actually fucking fixed things. And it's been the same for me. So it's really thanks to you. I wonder if we would also get a dog if I would cure myself from dog, allergy, etc. because I have way stronger allergy for dogs. But yeah, Pumba is awesome. I could, you know, do like the whole stream just talking about him, playing with him, etc. But you know, let's get back to the Unreal Engine. He might come back, you know, in here. Right now, let me know if the noise of his little mouse toy is annoying to you guys, right? Alright, let's get back to pencil mode. And yeah, so we managed to create the outline without the post process. And the thing about this art style that I'm kind of going for is because we will have a lot of textures that will be looking like if it was hand drawn by, you know, colored pencil. We cannot have any anti-aliasing in here because, you know, anti-aliasing will start to detect all of those, you know, lines in the textures and will try to smooth them out, and it will create like a blur, unwatchable blur when you're moving the camera around, right? It will be completely fucked up. So there will be no anti-aliasing for this game, but actually that's, I think, a part of a charm. And also, you know, less processing, right? Because you won't have to run anti-aliasing features. So win, 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 I think. And if someone really cannot look at those, you know, not anti-aliased or aliased lines, that I cannot help you. But actually, yeah, what I was doing, like, I wanted to create like a material instance out of this. Outline test, let's call it, because it's still, you know, it's still just searching for the art style. Let's apply the material instance to it. And let's open up this instance and let's change the width to, like, I don't know, 15. Let's see how super thick outline looks. Oh, big. But actually it produces a kind of an error where the faces of a cone has been stretched apart so far that, you know, those edges are not being seen. So 6 is already like a lot because it's producing this kind of thing. Or maybe I shouldn't use it on this kind of shape. Let's pick this. Let's go into rendering section. Yep, and let's pick the outline in here. You can barely see it, actually. Unless you really come close, I guess. You won't... Oh, it's... This technique is not perfect. There has to be something that I don't know how to do yet to make it, like, actually, you know, close up in here, right? But let's do maybe like a smaller outline in here, right? Yeah, because the farther you are from a thing, the outline should get bigger, but then we will see more of a space stretching in here. The one thing that I think should be implemented, probably by post-process, but how to do it without detecting those lines, I'm not sure yet. That it would detect this edge and it would actually render it with the outline, right? So I could see that, okay, yeah, there's a cutoff. So it's not like the perfect technique, but my anonymous friend was right that this is like a good starting point because it does exactly what I need from it. How dirty would look like. Whoa, big. This is big. But yeah, it needs some refinement. But actually, this thing fucking closed up. So maybe I should make it even bigger. Let's do like 100. Fuck it. Let's test it. No, this is... this is not working. Okay, so let's put in like 10 and let's just leave it at that. There should be probably like something going on that will make it thicker the farther you are from an object or something, but yeah. Alright, let's maybe add other shapes in here. Let's add like, of course, all the basic shapes. So cube, I wonder how sphere will look like. That's something interesting. Sphere. Let's enlarge it. Right, and let's add more of a basic shapes and cylinder. Yeah, why not? And all of those things should have this outline as a overlay material. Yeah, this technique definitely needs some refinement, but actually it looks the best on the sphere. So my whole game will be spheres only. It will be built with spheres because then I wouldn't have to do any more work. But who draws everything with spheres? Me, because I don't know how to draw anything else. But yeah, probably someone figured out how to, make those things work a bit better. But yeah, the sphere actually looks amazing. Right, and maybe let's use like paper color with grid. Oh, there's like a world aligned version. I wonder how it will look if I use that right now. Ah, it is the world aligned version. Or not? What the fuck is going on in here? Okay, I have no idea. I don't remember those materials from the last stream, but okay, whatever. And how are you, Dexterovsky? How are your cats? What are you doing right now? I read the post on Discord, but I was so busy with live that I basically was only able to react with the emote. I'm curious about those jiggle physics. Because I've been thinking like, well, maybe to finance, like dream projects and dream house and everything, maybe I should release like some, let's call it jiggle physics game. Real as game, but still based on jiggle physics and, jump over threshold that I'm unable to jump right now, financial threshold with that, and then maybe we could, like fund the game. What do you think about this, Diabolit? Would you mind if we funded our project via first making, jiggle physics game? And I'm being serious, actually. That's not like a joke. And how did you were working with the jiggle physics in Unreal Engine, Dexterovsky? I'm really wondering about that. Okay, so what else my bro was saying? My bro was also saying to make it look like pencil, add some noisiness. Noise texture or generated one. Map noise with screen position, not UV. Use time node to make it boil. Some outline with it times noise. All of that should go to world position offset. Okay. Let's pretend I understand everything. And okay, so basically this thing should some outline with it and noise. So let's use the noise, Yeah, but it says, I don't mind. I'm all in for doing something where we learn and earn. Then maybe we should have a talk privately about, hey, let's create funding for the future with, jiggle physics, anime waifu game. Let's have a talk about this. Because, yeah, there's been some, let's say, private world reasons when I looked at something and I was like, I am frustrated with the economy and finance. Let's use waifus to get over the hump. Okay, absolute world position or camera relative port position. I don't know. Simplex, yeah, let's use whatever. And if I understand, I should somehow use time node with it and map noise with screen position, not UV. And how the fuck can I do this? There's only like camera relative position. Translated to world space or absolute world position relative to 0, 0. And I don't have like other noise. Color blue noise, vector noise. Okay, what other noise do I have? Color blue noise. What the fuck is that? Return a blue noise value. Okay. Dexterovsky says, Jiggle physics was done as a curiosity, but it will stay, I think. I understand. I can send a video demonstrating it on Discord if you want. Yeah, sure. You should not be banned for showing this. I mean, if Twitch basically makes money off of real life jiggle physics, let's say. Right? So I think I'm good. I already marked both on YouTube and on Twitch that yeah, this is 18 plus stream because I want to curse whatever the fuck I want and talk about whatever the fuck I want. So we should be good. You know. The top Twitch streamers are making money with jiggle physics, and I actually am not mad about that. It's like, okay, you do what you need to do to get a mortgage, right? So fuck that, right? I ain't judging at all. Graham is here. Good morning, GameDevs. Hello, good morning. How are you? How are you doing? Okay, how the hell? Yeah, I did some notes talking with the bro, and I didn't. I didn't really write how I should hook it up. Shit. Okay. Graham says it's 11 a.m., but it's almost the end of my workday. Oh, did you start super early, like 6 a.m., or did you just, banged out everything quick and it's like, okay, I'm done? Noise texture or generated one. I think maybe let's use texture sample and let's use some noise texture. There should be something. There is like a noise. I don't know what the hell is this noise, but whatever. The UV should be like screen position, right? This is viewport UV. And somehow I should multiply that with like outline with it, right? Graham says, I started sometime yesterday. Oh, you mean you worked overnight? God damn. So how are you feeling if you worked overnight? Yeah, let's jump into Discord. Let's first preview it. Here's the vid in slow-mo, enjoy. Let's preview it. I'm not sure if the video works on my end, I'll be honest. There's something. Oh my god, did already this stupid Discord thing came in? Or what is going on? Why it doesn't work? Yeah, like for some reason the whole video is broken on my end. God damn. Let's try a trick. Let's take this. Let's copy message link. Let's open it up in that's not what I wanted. Thank you. Copy link and try to restart Discord. Oh yeah, I will try in a second. I just wanted to see if Oh, it just downloaded this. Okay. Hey. Nice job. I gotta say, nice job. Dexterowski, nice job. Graham says, exhausted, but that's default state. Indie dev life. Oh yeah, the exhausted is, the way you wake up and the way you go to sleep, etc., etc. I not only empathize, but I feel the same way. So yeah, I understand you completely. I understand you completely, and I lost my stream chat. And Dexterowski said previously that it was AI generated character. The whole 3D model was generated with AI? Yeah, you written about that you used the thing from Tencent. Damn. Not bad. Not bad. Graham says, where are you from? Is that a Polish accent? Yes, it is a Polish accent. I'm from Poland. One time I received a comment and hear that sometimes it sounds like Italian accent, and it's like, okay, maybe, I don't know. But yes, I am from Poland. And where are you from? Okay, somehow I have to hook up this with this noise. I should multiply. What the? Why does suddenly my... Okay, now it works. I should go like this and go like this. It should provide something like this, but also I feel like... Okay, I'm not using this noise. I'd rather sample a texture, and I should hook it up to time somehow. But I should do like a sign of time. I'm not really sure how I should properly hook it up to time node. Because I think it will, yeah, just be bullshit, right? So time node, oh, sorry. Time node shouldn't really be used like that. Graham says, home to some of my favorite game devs. Oh, really? Oh, really? Which game devs do you like from here? You're from UK. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Which part of UK? Like England, Scotland, Wales? Dexterowski says, yes, whole 3D model. I used Google Banana to generate reference picture and then put this into Tencent 3D model generator. In last months, I done some flying NPCs like birds with real-time avoidance, but it needs polishing. And I started learning about state trees and move all AIs onto state trees. Oh, nice, nice. So shitload of work you really did a lot of work. Yeah, yeah. How does the Google Banana work out for you? Because for my experience, it was like if I'm, prompting it like short prompts and iterating a lot, I can get somewhere. If I'm trying to generate a picture that is more resembling something that already exists, like a style that already exists, etc. But if I'm prompting something that I don't know, I only exist in my brain, it has a really hard time to follow, and sometimes it generates 10 times the exact same picture, and I'm getting angry. So I wonder how it is on your end. Graham says CDPR, of course, CD Projekt Red. And I'm pretty sure people can fly are from Poland too. Yes, they are from Poland. And yeah. Nice. Yeah, I got some friends that work at CD Projekt Red, although I haven't kept in touch for a long time. I don't think I know anyone. No, I know one. Yeah, I know one dude from People Can Fly. Yeah. Good folks, good folks. I like developers from those companies. Graham says, I'm sure there are more. I don't know where they are from. Oh, yeah, sure. Uh, Internally in Poland, we like to joke about Polish people and Polish developers that we are like cockroaches. You will find us everywhere. Like when I went to Unreal Fest in New Orleans, Polish people immediately linked up. It's this, this Slavic mental connection. Lekterowski says it sometimes works, it sometimes doesn't. I noticed the prompts must be English. Oh yes, I realized that too. Like when I was prompting in Polish, it was way more miss or hit. When I was prompting in English, it was more hit than miss. But still, at least for my day job, and when it comes to like code generation or even asking about, like regular stuff, it still isn't in the place where I actually could have it in my day-to-day workflow on the gameplay coding side of things, right? At least on my end, and for the project that we released and we are still working on, right? Yeah, the one thing I wish the AI would do amazingly 100% of the time, or at least 90% of the time, is UV unwrapping. That would be fucking awesome, but Graham says, and to answer your question, I'm from England, South Coast. Oh, nice. I never been to South Coast in England. I would love to go there. I would love to go there. My friend from UK, from England as well, so recommended to me like, hey, if you'll ever come back to go there, apart from visiting other places, you should go to South Coast because it's a little bit different for what you might think. And I'm like, oh, okay. Lekterowski says, I think GPT is better in generations from scratch, and this is the only thing in which GPT is better than other AIs at the moment. Oh yes, they introduced ads, right? So I think money-wise, they're not doing really well, right? Alright, screen position, UVs. This is how I'm wrapping shit, but I should also... The way I see it, I should somehow via time influence which part of a noise texture I'm actually sampling, right? That's the way I'm seeing it. Like I should be randomly jumping all over the texture. Or maybe I'm thinking about this wrong. Maybe I should just, maybe it should be different. Maybe I should do like an outline with it. Do like an addition. And this is like a time. And that's, put the sinus to it. Yeah, and it already should be like, if I understand correctly, it does nothing. What? Period. Ah, yes, period. Oh, I should also multiply it if I remember correctly. By, I don't know, like 6, and I should hook it up there. Live update. Real-time node. Yeah, and that's, I think, the thing that I should hook up here. Maybe, I'm not sure. Nothing is happening. Because I thought that it would start, jumping a little bit on the screen or whatever. I don't really know how to properly use this time node. How to add the time node in this whole, like, thing. So maybe let's just, do this without boiling effect. And let's just add noise in here and see how that will work out. Noise literally, okay, I see it. Noise changes like that it is not uniform outline. Okay. Graham says, looks yeah, like you are on a tech art learning journey. Exactly right. Exactly right. You know, on the day job, I'm a gameplay programmer, and I've been that type of programmer that never really came from like graphics programming. It was always there, and it is my Achilles heel. Um, this is the thing when it comes to like technical stuff that I know the least amount of, right? It is like my blind spot. And you know, here on stream, I'm working on like an arcadey logic game when you are using bow and arrow to solve puzzles, you know, traverse the world. Basically, I'm trying to squeeze everything from the concept that hey, the only thing that you're using is your arrow, and what the fuck can I do with the game, right? To become a better designer, right? Kind of a challenge, and also like, hey, let's create an art style for that, right? So, I, you know, thought of like an art style that basically would feel like 3D world drawn on a 2D grid paper. I tried to use AI to generate the pictures, but it's not really what I have in mind. It's more like objects in the world are made out of paper and colored over, right? And that's not what I'm going for. It's actually more like as if you had a flip book and each page is a frame of a video game and you're flipping it, you know, etc., etc. So yeah, that's kind of a thing that I'm going for. But in actual 3D, I don't even know if it is something that will look cool, right? But at least it is like a direction that I could go. And I asked like my bro that shall remain nameless about couple of, you know, pointers of how I should achieve it. And you know, I've written like notes from our conversations, and right now I'm trying to follow that. He didn't promise that it will work, but you know, it should provide like a nice starting direction for learning, right? So that's the whole idea. That's what the notes are like. Okay, here's what you could do, right? Here's where I will try and, you know, go forward. So for example, I learned something that I didn't know about, that every mesh, every object in the Unreal Engine has something in the rendering section called overlay material, and you can create a material that basically will produce an outline without post-process, right? It will through inverted convex hull, right? Which is also a concept that I never really worked with, but I hooked it up and it kind of works. And right now I'm trying to implement other pointers, like, okay, to make it like really look flip booky, the outline should be like boiling, etc. And that's what I'm trying to do here. So yes, this is definitely a tech art learning journey. It's hard to get into graphics programming because you don't know what entry vector you should have. Like, should you start from the scratch, like OpenGL, and do this, or should you go straight from the shader toy and learn shaders? But there's only like a pixel shader there, so maybe like, you know, open up Unity or Godot and learn there, or like it's hard to get into. Graham says, you are me both. I'm primarily systems editor tools and C++. I get you. And now having to do all of it and learn and teach too. Yeah, exactly. My background is the same, like gameplay, C++, systems, a little bit of editor work, but light. I really didn't work on like the huge tools or anything like that. Yeah, and so this is like a black box to me, but you know, it's fun. That's what my whole streaming is all about, like going outside of your comfort zone, and also, you know, showing that learning is a process. We are not geniuses, as some of the YouTube shorts would like to pretend that, you know, oh yeah, I just figured this out in a split second. And it's like, I don't believe you. Yeah. So, you know, I want to do it like a real way, bash my head against the wall the same way that everyone else would, right? Graham says, learning graphics from the start point is pretty rough, so I can definitely relate. Yeah, yeah. I even own a book right now. It is in the basement because I just recently moved in. About like rendering pipelines, etc. But I still haven't read it, and I feel like it might already be outdated. Dexterowski says, "Oh, you remind me something. Oh, please do tell." While I try to figure out how to apply the noise in here correctly. Okay, so we have like time and Panner, cosine. I should have used cosine. That's also true. Yeah. Cosine of time, it should go from like 1 to -1 as values go, right? Or Panner. Is that the thing that I should be using? Time. I don't know, speed 10 and 10. I don't really know how to use spanner. I don't remember using such a thing. That's like, okay, and coordinate is 0. I'm not really sure. How should I use it? I will launch the, documentation in a second. Graham says, it's interesting using the overlay material for the outline though. I do typically do the standard post-process method. Yeah, the thing is, I kinda didn't want to use the post-process because in that exact art style, I want to have textures on my objects kinda look like a hand-drawn colored pencil things, and I was afraid that post-process might pick up some of that and start adding outline there, right? And also when I think I played around with that, I felt like this is not exactly what I'm going for. Like the games from Arc System, like Guilty Gear, Dragon Ball Fighters, are more in line with the way their characters look with maybe what I'm going for. I'm not sure. I was wondering, like, is there another way to add outline to the game? And my, anonymous friend said that yeah, that's kind of basically how they are doing it. It's not like the constant post process over everything. It's more like, hey, here's an overlay material, bang, on the character, and it's like, oh, okay. So I wanted to experiment with that. If I won't be able, to get what I want with that, I will probably, get processing on that. Dexterowski says, when I was learning state trees, I watched a tutorial about getting actors into EQS query context. In behavior trees, it is easier. I watched the tutorial, and the guy was like, yeah, there is a no get all actor of class. But this solution is not the best solution when you're making a multiplayer game. Yep. Get all actor of class can be a performance killer easily. Even though I think Epic updated this method that it uses like bins to search through quickly through all the actors, but still, this is another way to go. And yeah, I remember playing with like EQS query to behavior to adding them to state trees. It is harder than behavior trees. I wonder if they will work on the user experience and hooking up things to state trees more in the future, because I'm not sure if they are still in beta or are they still in, or are they like full release or whatever. But yeah, get all actor of class. Graham says, post-process does make it look more anime usually. I'm sure there's a way to avoid it, but it sounds like a ton of work, especially if the overlay material does the job. It kinda does the job. Like, for example, it doesn't, I cannot take this edge and put outline over it, or at least I don't know how yet, right? And it reminds me I need to put back the previous material that I have in here, not the one that is actually having any holes in there. Yeah, now this is what we're working with. Yeah, so it's like the best it looks is the sphere, but yeah, the same with like cylinder. Like I cannot make this, you know, a black line, and I would love to for the effect of like 3D wall drawn onto the grid paper in here. Yeah, that would be cool. The same with like here, like only after, you know, only in specific camera angles I get the outline of certain parts of the shape, right? So it's not perfect. Also, like you can see, like there's an hole in here, so I'm sure, you know, there are techniques to glue it together and to make it work a little bit better, but yeah, I still don't know how to do it yet. So so I will learn, right? Graham says they said that about the get all actors node. They said that, but I checked the code for get all actors last week, and it does not seem to do anything other than a simple iteration of actors. Oh, so it is a performance killer. Dexterovsky says, I didn't mention it. I wanted to give context as a target for NPC, so you can't just use get all actors of all actor of class. You must know specific target, not all the players. Yep. I remember that. I think when I worked on Evil West, there was like a targeting system for AI that basically it was a subsystem in C++. That was when you were playing co-op constantly, if I remember correctly. I might be, you know, not good with exact details of how it was made. So I might be adding something up with my current knowledge. But basically it was like either every frame or every second frame or something like this. It was evaluating which player should be the target, right? And it was assigning a score to it. And basically it worked that way that there was like a score function, and you could, you know, basically create per enemy implementation of that score function, and each enemy could have its own mathematical formula to evaluate which player would be better. Which player would be better? So yeah. That's kind of the way it went there. Yeah, it would be doable with state tree. Graham says, get all actors with tags is about 10 times slower for your information. Oh yeah, I imagine. Because not only you have to iterate through all the actors, but also iterate through the actor tags, right? Dexterovsky says, I've implemented something very similar. Yeah, I believe, you know, that that you did. You have a, you know, every time we chat about, you know, like different things, the way you're doing, it's like always, you know, very similar to something that I saw done in practice by other people. So it's not a surprise to me that you figured it out on your own. Graham says, yeah, exactly. I figured it would be worse. I was surprised by how much when benchmarking. Damn. Yeah. I even attended a presentation when Ari from Epic Games said that somehow get actors is actually good, but maybe it wasn't the get all actors node. Maybe it was something else. I don't remember right now. But yeah, okay. Let's get knowledge. Unreal Engine banner nodes, the same way that everyone else would be doing. But, oh yeah, my favorite guy, Matthew Wattstein, as we would say. Like, what the fuck is material banner node? Okay, how are you doing this? You hook up the coordinate here. texture coordinate. Okay. And blah blah blah. Where do you hook up time? You hook up time here. Okay. You don't even have to hook up anything in here. Okay. So, did my bro lead me astray, or am I not understanding something? If the panel works on its own, then I don't have to really do that. So, how can I use screen position and panel at the same time? It seems like... Ah, yeah, of course, I closed the tab. For that thing. You just hooked up panel to the UV. Maybe I don't need time node actually. Yeah, maybe when we are multiplying by noise, should be just that, but nothing is moving. So what the fuck? It's like a texture sample and just UVs or then okay. When I have texture sample, UVs moving here. Should I like a bigger speed or something? Because nothing is moving here. Nothing. Okay, let me delete that thing. Graham says Ari is extremely pro blueprint, almost illogically so. I mean, you know, blueprints ain't that bad, but yeah, when I was working, because the game I'm working on here, I wanted to do like pure blueprints, just because, you know, I wanted to see how far I can go, what limitations I will hit, because on the day-to-day basis I work with C++, right? And there are certain things that I like about blueprint and quickly prototyping it, but for example, the fact that the subsystems aren't there basically made creating certain systems either impossible or extremely unperformant. So I was like, okay, these are the moments where I would just, you know, not work with blueprints, right? So there are serious limitations to what you can do. But certain things, you know, you can provide to I feel like you can provide to the designers and they would work with blueprints, and yes, there will be a virtual machine call, etc. Cost to it, but it might be out. This might be better than paying with the programmer's time. I don't know, like this is like a scale thing where moving extremely into the one side or the other might have its benefits, etc. Of course, I'm a C++ programmer, so I tend to do everything in C++. That's why I'm doing things in Blueprint here, just to get out of my comfort zone, right? Graham says he did myth busting GDC. Oh yeah, that's what I thought about. So I saw it on YouTube. Yes, that was almost immediately myth busted by the community with benchmarking. Really? Oh shit, I haven't seen that. See you on broadcast. Hello. How are you doing? How are you doing, my friend? How is your cat? And my cat Pumba went away. He went away somewhere. Graham says, yeah, a lot of what I end up doing is exposing relevant functionality to blueprint devs to keep their iteration short and the blueprints high level. Yeah, exactly. When I went for Sunfall Interactive presentation, the guys behind Claire Obscure Expedition 33, they basically said that that's kind of how they worked out the game. It's 95% blueprint, and the guy, the CTO of their company, basically said like, yeah, we are exposing and curating like a blueprint function library so that designers and artists could use. So you know, and they were constantly benchmarking, right? Like, okay, this function is alright. Oh, this system is not alright. We have to write it to C++, etc. Rewrite it to C++, and yeah, it is doable, but it requires care. And as you are saying, like, blueprints should be high level, right? If suddenly you are doing low level shit in there, it's like, yeah, maybe as a prototype, but it should be rewritten to C++. Graham says, I bet it was a cool talk to be at. Such a well done game, especially given the experience of the developers. Yeah, it was one of the coolest talks that I've been to, and the guys were genuine because we also talked to them, like personally. We could clearly see that they do not comprehend how much of a splash their game made. They couldn't believe it when asked what was the hardest thing about, making this game. They sincerely answered like releasing it, making sure that it runs, etc. Because most of those guys, it was their first game, so they really had this, like you could see in their eyes that it was their first game. They had fear in their eyes, and they couldn't believe, that it was such a banger, right? They were flabbergasted, like, oh my god, this blew up this much. What the hell? Sion Broadcast says doing fine, and the cat is hyperactive as of late. Oh, that's a change, right? Graham says it's really wild. Be cool to see what they do next. Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely. I wanted really to ask them like, what's the next game, but I felt like I would be overstepping my boundaries, and I also was more curious when I was talking to their programmer Torres. I was more curious about how they implemented certain things. So, I didn't ask that, and because I also wanted to see from the perspective of a fan, like, okay, what will be next? Okay, so my panner node either doesn't work or something changed between what is being shown in here, because clearly I see panner is hooked up to texture sample. Just fucking works. Or I just turned off. No, I'm just dumb and I turned off the real-time preview. Yeah, so how about now? Is it that fast? Really? Holy shit. But it should create this boiling effect right now, right? It really doesn't, but okay. But it looks like it's boiling in here. Okay, now it is kind of like slower. Here it looks like it's boiling. But these are just values between 1 and -1, so probably it wouldn't be that visible in here, right? At least I think. Or what's the reason why I see clearly that things are moving in here and not in the play and editor? And why did my bro said wait a minute, that I should map noise with the screen position, not UV? Like, clearly it didn't really work. I have this texture sample and its world position. Like, why would I do this? I don't know. I don't understand. I will have to follow up on that with him. Unless he meant something like this. Maybe. I just go like that? I can. Speed is there. Everything is there. Should I multiply that even further to make this offset even bigger? Like, I don't know, 5 times? Let's see. Oh yeah, it's in the preview I can see it wiggling way more. How is it in the... Oh my god! That's a cool effect. Look at this shit. Alright. Alright, that is something. It looks the best, of course, as it did on a sphere. It is a little bit too wild. So I guess 2. Let's save that. It's still a little bit wild. Diabol, it says not jiggly enough. I mean, we can go back to 5 and increase the speed to like 10 and 10. Now it will be fucking crazy. No, 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 no. My eyes are saying no. But now we do have something like this. But since it is a flip book, it should like be way slower about that, and it should be more like a step function or something like this. I'm not sure. Let's make it even slower. But it's like so smooth. But it actually looks kind of fun. I have to be honest, but okay. Yeah, now it kind of looks... But it's too smooth. It should be like choppy, like it's 12 FPS, right? But maybe I will get back to it later, because maybe I should do like because I feel like this noise thing will be applied to color, to everything, right? Not only to the outline, and I will have to figure out how to do this. Like, the world is updated 60 FPS, but the coloring, etc. of 12 FPS, as if you are, you know, going through the flip book, as in the reference from the Nintendo DS game Hotel Dusk. I don't know if any one of you played that, but yeah, kinda you see here, like, it kinda does have that quality, right? Okay, Matthew Watstein, you are as helpful as always. Okay, we do have something going on in here. Something nice. Yeah, because this is like a constant flow of time, so probably I should hook it up in here. I don't know yet how to achieve it, but okay. What are the other nodes? Like, all of that should go into world position offset. Okay, so I think we got somewhere with the outline via overlay. We got somewhere, right? There are a couple of things to, you know, to glue those things together, to probably with the post process, you know, take care of this line and this line, so everything will be, you know, looking hand drawn and shit like that. But guys, you know, I think we are somewhere. We have set in stone the direction for the outline. How to make shadows look person drawn and colors as if they were made with colored pencil on flat paper. Okay, the shadows looks long enough, so maybe let's make the colors as if they were made with colored pencil on a flat paper. Material should be unlit. Okay. Oh yeah, I wrote down what are you drinking because my friend was like, why? Why would you go for that? But okay. Establish base color flat or from texture. Find the texture of paper or noise. Screen space, of course, not no mesh UV mapping. That's what we figured last time, but we had a problem with the 3D positioning. Base color and paper texture should give you something. So already I kind of have it, but hook it to emissive color. That's the thing that we didn't really do. So maybe I should start from scratch or... No, let's just duplicate that. Pumba! Pumba, chodź! Pumba! Oh, okay, he wants to play. Ah. My pencil! Let's call it differently, like... pencil color. Whatever, right? Because I already did some things in here, but I see... Holy shit-a-moly, I did a lot of things in here. What texture is that? Oh, it's that, okay. And what is that? Oh, this kind of texture, okay. And another texture? What is this? Ah, okay, like a drawing, okay, okay. A lot of stuff going on in here. Okay. So, first of all, he said that it should be unlit, actually. So, bang. These things are turned off immediately. Okay, great. So, I feel like none of that shit will work. But we'll see. But yeah, it makes sense. I wonder how all of that material work will... I have to do again once I jump into 5.7 and there is the substrate in there, right? I do wonder. Okay. Flat or from texture? Like, okay, we have a color in here already. Find texture or paper noise or something. I have paper, like actually a couple of paper textures, so yeah, I already have that, and it should go like screen space, of course, base color times paper texture should give you something, hook it to emissive color. That's it. So I kind of already have that. So just that and add UV position in here and in here. The screen position. Is that really all there is to it? Let's see. Yeah, not really sure about that because yeah, it's the same thing. I tried to do it previously, right? But with the outline, if I could only grab, before applying this material, if I could only grab that edge and render it, maybe it would make more sense. But now there's like no... Yeah, the outline would have to be fixed. Let's apply this here. I'm not sure about the unlit, I'll be honest, because if you are drawing a 3D world on a 2D paper, you would be, even if it was like a cartoony drawing, you still would be doing like, showing like the place where the light hits the most versus the place where the... Even if it was done in like a step fashion, right? Like usually the comic books do, etc. I don't know. I'm not sure about that direction, right? Actually, it begs the question: why not make the whole world with like billboards? That would be a shitload of work to do every angle, etc. And it would be a different art style. It would be more like Factorio or Donkey Kong Country, the first one. Dexterovsky says, I upgraded my project 2 days ago to 5.7.3. Now I have some nice random crashes without clear reason. Yeah, that might happen. And Pumba is playing. Pumba. Yeah. You take it. And God damn it. Here you go. Get in there. And he should be playing in here. And he's off. Where are you going? Justin. Yeah, it turned into a cat stream. Alright. I'm not sure about that direction with the colors. But one thing I am quite sure, I should do a similar trick as I did with the outline overlay. That I should somehow do the screen position, banner, time, texture sample, and I should somehow like make the whole color wiggle as if each page of a flip book was colored just slightly differently. But it should flip through multiple textures. Like I should have a texture atlas and go index by index, and with time I should snap between indexes. Really, that's how I feel like it should go about. Or I should just pan the texture like a little bit differently. I don't know. Like, let's experiment with that, shall we? So like we have a preview state, no live update, real time nodes, great. We have this texture sample in here. Yeah, like right now I'm thinking about how to hook it up. What if I just did this, hook it up to the texture? Oh no, yeah, doesn't make that much sense. Yeah. Hmm. I think I meant this and this. It's just moving. That's not exactly what I have in mind. And I would have to go like. That's not exactly it. That's not exactly it. I think I would have to produce like an atlas of textures and swap between indexes. That's what would give me the result I'm thinking of. This, where the hell is this? This kind of look, right? But it might be intensive to like constantly jump between indexes. So maybe there's like a better trick in the sleeve. Maybe, yeah, I'm thinking about like I should just, in the UV space, just go on the screen position, like sample this texture in more like a manner of randomly jumping. Like if if we looked at the texture through a camera, it would be like jumping between different parts of a texture to create this look. Also, that could work, but I'm not really sure how to achieve that. Really, I think I might need like a quick 5 minute break, to get some water, etc. So yeah, I need a quick break. And so, see you in like a couple of minutes. And I'll be thinking about that for a hot second. So, see you soon. Hello, I'm back. Gabel, it says, going with my dogs. Thanks, bro. Hey, thanks for joining in. Pumba is also back from the break. Actually, I need to update my pulse stream to feature him. And he's off. And he's off. Okay, dude, do you want to stay here? Pumba, zostajesz tu, czy idziesz, bo zamykam drzwi? Okej, chyba chcesz zostać. Okay. So let's stay and chill out, right? Of course, when I sit down, you want to get out. Or do you want to... No, he wants to jump on his structure. Go, go. Huh? See? He reacts. And he said, Rah! He makes sounds like Yoshi. Sometimes. Oh. He's cute as hell. Okay, yeah, so let's get back to it. I haven't came up with the answer to my questions. Also, let's see if my audio is still... Okay, my audio is okay. Yeah. Okay, so... outside of doing a... not a structure, what else I could do? Because it's like panning. I don't like the way it looks. So, I turned off all of the panning. Why it's still panning? No, it's not. What I want to achieve, actually. Let's think about it critically. Or should I leave the color for now and jump into shadows? Yeah, maybe let's leave color for now. I have no idea what I was doing here. So yeah, let's simplify all of that, right? Here's something if I would want to do like this. Then jump into shadow thingy, because the other part, big part of, hey, I actually want to have the shadow look as if it was, you know, actually... let me quickly do a screenshot, right? I want it to look more like as if... oh no, that's the wrong color. Black.
No, don't need cables. Pumba. Hier mijn kabel. Pumba. Bush.
Damn, I need to do a cable management for... and what the hell happened to my second monitor? It turned off. What is... okay, some fuckery is happening. Give me a sec. I need to... everything's right. All right. Yeah, all right. Yeah, so this is like a regular, you know, Unreal Engine shadow. But I actually want to turn it, if we want to go fully into the art style, into, you know, like those lines that you would do when you were like coloring something and creating a shadow of it, etc, etc. When I was talking to my friend, he told me like, bro, really? You know, Unreal Engine is physics-based rendering. Basically, you should do your own shadow calculation, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, I can't do it yet. I don't know if I will ever be able to do it. Do my own rendering stuff with Unreal. He asked me like, do you need to do Unreal? Can't you do your own engine? I was like, shut the fuck up. No, I wasn't like that. I was like, no, I really want to, you know, go with the Unreal Engine here. He was like, all right, I got some pointers, but I'm not sure if it will work out. So let's try to achieve that, and we will get to the colors and everything. A second later. After we will try with the shadows. Lexirowski says, just do your own engine, it's easy, man. Yeah, I mean, you know, for guys who've written like 6 engines in their life and they are extremely good with graphics programming, for them it's like, yeah, sure, right? And for me it's like, yeah, right, sure. No. I would love to, at some point in my life, to try do your own engine, but more for like fuck of it and learning experience, not for anything like useful, right? Just as a project, like, hey, you know, like some guys are buying cars and fixing them, that's what I would do, but you know, not for that. So, and the Unreal Engine, at least as I understand it, and without the substrate in 5.7, I cannot really, from the material point of view, influence how light is calculated or how I interpret the results of the light interaction, etc., etc. So that thing turning into like actual squiggle lines might be extremely hard. Let's look into the how to make shadow look span syndrome from my conversation. We gotta fake it. If we're not gonna rewrite rendering, yes. Unlit material. Once again, that won't make sense because we are actually creating, you know, something for the shadow, right? Tripixel normal world space, light direction vector parameter, pixel normal world space dot product with light direction. Should be from -1 to 1. 1 is full light, 0 edge, minus full shadow. This will be gradienty. I could try eliminate gradient with step or smooth step. What? What do you want? Attention? Attention? Looking at the stream. Say hi to stream. Yeah. O, latujesz. He's going to sit my arm. Sometimes does it? No, he just. Now I'm patting Pumba on the belly. He really loves that. Okay. Stajesz mi na kolanach. Okay, Pumba wants to be on my lap. Okay. Not a problem. Okay. So there's like. Okay, but light direction is a parameter, so it's not like I'm taking the actual light direction in the engine. It's like artificial light direction. Like I'm really faking it, unless I can provide light. Whoa! Chilling by the window. Okay. All right. We had a small cut break. and everything, even if I figure out that part of calculation, it will still look like shit because I would need to use Maya texture, create or find such texture. Don't use UV, use screen position. I don't think I understand any of it. And how that gonna affect the shadow when I'm putting this material on? It will only do shadows on my mesh, not project it into the world. So I think when I was talking, right now I'm realizing with my friend, we might have a misunderstanding because what I'm looking at right now, it's more like, hey, if you have a, you know, like a character or piece of architecture and you want to render those shadows inside of the mesh as if it was pencil drawn, then that's how you should do it. That's what I understand from that, right? Mm. So I'm not sure if I want to go into that right now because I don't even have such meshes and I'm not sure if I will feature such meshes inside of my game, that they will have their own internal shadow done that way. Yeah. But looking at the notes, I just realized something else, that I already got a pro tip for wiggly flipbook effect or something. Time node and floor times speed divided by speed to create a step time. 12 FPS instead of 60 FPS. Let's try that actually. And we'll get back to shadows in a second. Yes, I'm procrastinating and don't wanting to go into shadows because that seems like I might have worded what I want to do to my friend in such a way that he misunderstood what I was talking about. So yeah, I might have fucked up. But that's how it sometimes is with the communication problems. So yeah, time. I'm supposed to do like a floor. Right, and the input of a floor will be time equals speed. Let's try it. Time equals speed. Time. I don't know. Let's change it into parameter. Boiling speed. Let's call it. Right. Let it be, I don't know, 12. So that should be multiplied. I really should work on my shaders game because I'm not great with it. Sometimes I'm searching for the function and I don't know how to how is it name, or like, holy shit, how do you do this basic operation? I should really up my game with shaders. And I was thinking about like basically going through shader toy and doing like challenges for that, etc., to up my game because those are translatable to the Unreal. But I just didn't have time. What are you doing? Yeah. Pumba. Pumba. Chodź. Okej. Mam coś, czy skuś? Yay. Yeah, he was walking on my partner's desk and, you know, he might pick up, eat something or whatever. So I gave him his favorite toy. Alright, and that should be divided by the same speed. And it should create like a step. If I understand, it should create like a this is a step time. Okay, use the step time as a seed for random position offset. Add the step time to screen position. So I should provide this as a time. It didn't do. I didn't use floor. Of course I didn't use floor because it was supposed to be like that. And it's supposed to be like that. And it did. It did what they were saying it would do. Look at that. Oh my god, let me just make the outline a little bit bigger. Outline with it. Let's make it like, I don't know, 15. Look, it actually achieved that effect. I forgot that my bro was talking about that. We have 60 FPS rendering, or probably even higher. But the outline is actually like wiggling 12 FPS per second. Wow! Graham says, that's pretty slick. Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's still a lot to do in here. Like, for example, I would love the minimal volume of this noise be a little bit bigger, so the outline itself would be bigger, but it actually did the trick. Nice. So that's something that I probably, if I would be constructing right now my own material library, that should be like material function basically that I could call in every material that I work with, right? It actually did work. Nice. Yeah, because what, mathematically speaking, what it is doing, it's taking a time, multiplying it by whatever value of time is, like 12, right? Then flooring it. Okay. So basically it means it will only give a full value every time the time value will be divisible by 12. So that's how we achieve the fact that here it will be 1, right? Or whatever, like a full value. Every 12th of a second. If we increase it, it will be 60 FPS, etc. Okay, it makes sense. Now I understand this calculation. When I was stuck, riding with the bro, when he was explaining it to me, I was like, how the fuck, what? And now it's like, oh, of course, of course. Graham says you could probably multiply it by an outline with a fixed minimum size. So you have a constant outline with the wavy line going outside of it. Yeah, you're right. You're right. So, wait, outline with it, I'm only using here, or is there? No, it's only here. So, yeah. So I'm multiplying this. This is multiplied by noise. And here I should add like a constant baseline, right? So it would be like, this is like a general outline with it. We will convert it to parameter and call it like outline with it base. So yeah, and for example, it will be free, right? And we'll hook it, add one to the other, right? One is noise driven, the other not. And exactly as you said, Graham, it's yeah, it should work. Yep. Although there is like something weird going on here. I don't know what. Ah, yeah, because depending on the vertex normal multiply. You might need the same logic you used to create the initial outline, but using your new param instead of existing one. So you mean, but leave my cable. Thank you. Dziękuję. You might need the same logic used to create the initial outline. So you mean like, Also use the vertex normal, etc, etc. Yeah, you're right. It should be multiplied by that, because then the direction will be not in the vertex space. Not in the space, sorry, of the yeah, the vertex space. What the fuck? In the vertex space. Now it should be correct. Yep, we have a base outline, and we can even, this is a parameter, yes. So when we have this, we can work a little bit with this. It's like outline with it base. It can be 5. This can be up to 20, and we can make it even more like flipbooky by making boiling speed 6. God damn, I like this effect. I really like this. If anything out of this, you know, stream will come out as something slick that I will for sure use in the future, it's that. And if I do 60, of course, it will be 60 FPS, right? Yep. But let's leave it at nice 12. I like the way it looked at 12. Yeah. Yeah, well, it says this effect and jiggly things. Yep. Yep. I follow you, dear bullet. Graham says that does look very flipbook. Yeah, it does, right? That's exactly what I'm going for. And you know, the gameplay, input, etc. will all be 60 frames per second. When you are shooting your projectile, which is arrow in the game, it will be moving 60 frames per second through the 3D space, but the flipbooky, I at least I hope so. The flipbooky effect will be perceived just through those wiggly lines, something on a texture, etc, etc. Like that's what I hope will give it this effect, right? That I could have 360 FPS gameplay with this effect going on, and it will create the illusion of the flipbooky stuff, right? But yeah, we'll see. Now to, yeah, I really would need to like figure out how to catch this edge and do an outline on it. Maybe I could force like some wireframe, or I don't know. Maybe it should be done by post process, but post process will be over this picture, so it will catch this edge because the texture has allowed it, but there's no visible edge in here, right? So because the texture is not mapped to the UV of the cone, it is mapped to the UV of the whole screen, right? So the edge is lost. So post process also might not work with that. I probably would need to still do something on the material of, probably on the material of the object itself, or maybe on the outline. Graham says, I think you could do it with the screen space post process and the depth. Oh, using the depth buffer. Yeah, there is a direction. There's a direction in there with the depth buffer. I'm not that familiar with the depth buffer operation, but it is something to chase. Thank you, Graham. I need to write that down. Let's do a quick note. So it will be like detecting edge in the middle of mesh. No, that's a terrible way to put it. Detecting edge that on screen is in the middle of a mesh. Could try with depth buffer, right? I could try to do that. right. Wait, what the hell? Okay. Maybe I will put it like outside. And here, let's create like a new frame for that. Yeah. Maybe let's call that frame. Stream. Okay. And I think it would be cool to write who suggested it. Graham says, because if you use an image kernel to detect depth, it's going to compare the edge of the mesh versus the rest of the scene and put an outline on it. Wait, I'm not sure if I understand, and it's mostly because, you know, I'm not that familiar with graphics programming. Because if you use an image kernel, right, to detect depth, it's going to compare the depth of the mesh versus the rest of the scene. Put an outline to it. Oh, so you mean... wait a sec. This is like a message. Is it important? Ah, okay. Yeah. So if you imagine 3 by 3 grid, it's going to work out each pixel for which one is on the image versus which one is on the scene. It's going to okay, so like a post outline post process, right? Kind of like that. Screen space post process and that. But wouldn't that interfere with the outline stuff that I already with the overlay material, like what I have right now? Because I think what you're saying, yes, it will. It will, yeah, and it also might supplement all those holes inside of the outline when we look at this effect, right? Like I can see nothing going on here, nothing going on here. Graham says yes, it would be probably instead of, detecting action screen in the middle of a match, try with the depth buffer. Screen space post process. Yeah, I might need to try that instead of what I'm doing right now. Maybe it will be better. I wonder if I could still apply those as easily, those, you know, twigginess, this boiling effect, but probably, right? Probably. Then like the sphere looks the best in here, but still, yeah. Let's try to apply the logic of this, you know, flipbooky effect to somehow to the color, but I'm not sure where I should really put it. Because I'm really using viewport UV screen positioning here. So what I'm thinking right now, yes, I want this to be screen position, but it feels like I should move those UVs, right? Like I should affect the viewport UVs and kind of fake as if a given pixel was somewhere else, and it should be like jumping, I don't know, like a fraction of a viewport UV all the time, although it might create such a fucked up effect that we won't be able to look at it. But yeah, and I don't remember how Unreal treats screen space UVs. It's like 0, 0 in the left upper corner or left down corner. Like I don't remember really. But can I take like a screen size or something like this in here? Screen resolution. Mm. Okay, so this is like my visible resolution. I could divide it by 100 to get like 1% of it, right? I'm not sure if what I'm doing makes any fucking sense, I'll be honest. And I could add, take like this viewport. Graham says, welcome to art as a programmer. That's my normal state of mind. Yep, it's like, okay, I'm partially knowing what I want to achieve, and on the surface level, I kind of understand the math going behind this, but I'm not exactly sure how to realize that. So, yay! Learning through trial and error and, you know, being scorched by the fire, but fucking whatever, right? This is my screen resolution divided by this, and this is my time. So now I should either add or... But Graham says, I can understand the question I'm asking in math, but I have no idea what answer I'm looking for. Exactly, you have put it perfectly. You have put it perfectly. I understand the mathematic question that I'm asking for, but I have no idea what answer I'm searching for. Exactly. Because I am kind of thinking like, okay, when I will be sampling this texture, I kind of want to jump around this texture, right? While sampling, while still applying everything through UV screen positions, but how the... It almost feels like I want to apply panner to screen position, like boop, 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 randomly jump along the viewport UVs, right? And still, wait, I'm thinking wrong about this because this is resolution, this is UV. UV is from 0 to 1, right? This will be whatever the fuck this is. So actually, I could just go, oh, add like a little bit of UV between... That's the thing also, like I would love to separate it to U and the V. Like, can I separate it? Let's see. Is there something like this? UV cropping, sub UV function, screen aligned UVs, cylindrical UVs. That's interesting. Flow maps. Blah blah blah. Unwrap UVs for render. Anything that will tell me like, hey, here's your U and here's your V, and you can, you know, apply different maps to both of it. But I feel like I cannot. In blueprints, it's like break outflow 2 component. Oh, will that fucking work? Actually, that would be kind of cool. I'll be honest. If that could work. And for the starters, I can go just like with random. Wait, there's no rand in material. Really? There is no random? That is interesting. So I guess I'm doing this. Sampling the noise texture randomly with the time. I think that's where I will have my time data actually put in here. Because this is noise, it should go for R Either between 0.25.5 or 0 to 1. I don't remember how exactly Unreal Engine handles the color in here. Color vary from texture. We will see. Will either it will be horrible or not. Pencil color, right? Okay, so now yeah, I have this with the screen position. Actually, wait, can't I just... No, I can't just use it as a UV. Okay, let's just create an add noise. Let's add this and this. And what will we get here? I have no idea if this is 0.255. Whatever. And the same thing in here, but or I can go like this even, right? Yeah. And the same thing in here. And use. And can I recombine that into UV? Breakout to float to make float to. I can combine this. I never really did this. I don't know what this node is doing. What else I can do with like float to? Break float to. Make float. Okay. Flare multiple. Okay, there is like a room to breathe if it turns out that this is like 255 instead of like 0 to 1 when it comes to color. Yeah, and let me maybe just add this here. How does this look? Extremely fucking weird. And how this will look if I will apply this to here. I don't see jack shit. What about this? What the hell is this acid shit? I accidentally created something weird. But it looks like early 2000s Winamp or Windows Media Player visualizations. I really have no idea what the fuck I created. But, you know. That is kind of crazy. That's not what I want to do, but... It's kind of looking cool. It is way too fucking fast. Like, in this case, boiling speed should be 6. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe even slower. Maybe not. Maybe more like 4, but yeah. I accidentally created something funny looking. I kinda like that. It's of course not what I was going for, but... Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright. Nexterovsky says duplicate it and save it for later usage, maybe. Yeah, that's what I'm pondering right now. Like, should I save it as like a nice experiment that I might use? Because I'll be honest, this is kind of inspiring. Not exactly what I wanted, but I can use curve atlas. I cannot use texture atlas in here. So my other technique that I wanted to use is not exactly what I don't know how to do, but okay. Color Starry Nights Acid. I don't know. Because it kind of reminds me of those squiggly lines in the Starry Night painting, right? Let's save it as, you know, a different thing. And let's leave it because it is quite nice. And let's open up the pencil color that I worked, right? Okay. Yeah. Because already here it was like weird. Wait, maybe it's all wrong. Maybe I shouldn't do like this. Maybe it should just be. Oh no, yeah, because those are not UVs. Of course, of course. Those are not UVs. So what I meant is actually putting the panner in here and the panner here. That's the almost, it is almost that effect. But I can see, yeah, this is not needed. But I learned something new about breaking, you know, components. I mean, breaking the structure into individual components in here. It's kind of like that, but it's always going into like one direction, right? I wonder if I could do like change the speed, the sign of the speed with every time step. That sometimes it is this, sometimes it is the other way around, right? Should it be like a step function? I'm not sure really. But I can leave it for now because it's more like exploring like how things would look. Texture is a little bit too big. Because it should be like way or stretched out, I would say. Because those lines should be like way smaller in here, but it does start to have this kind of pencil color. Let's create the material in pencil color green, right? As a frame of reference, and create material instance M pencil color gray. And let's change the color to the one that is here, I guess. Copy. paste. And let's use this pencil color gray here. It looks fucking awful. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Like, you are unable to find yourself in a 3D space when suddenly the ground you're walking on looks like that. It's like, yeah, you have no idea where anything starts when it ends. And also it creates like a visual diarrhea type of situation, right? It just looks all kinds of bad. So that's why I didn't use screen space UV wrapping for coloring of that floor. Yeah, it cannot be like that. So let's get back to the previous gray paper. Yeah, that's the thing that I would also. What the? What I wanted? That's what I wanted. Figure out like, okay, the dynamic objects can be represented by something like this. Like I can improve the texture, I can do the post processing or whatever technique to like include that edge and detect it via depth buffer, etc. Great. But mm, but I'm not sure. I should probably approach, the floors that you're walking on in a completely different manner. And I'm not sure yet in what. Like, this should be like one texture stretched over this, or like it should be seamless tiled texture with the colored pencil in. Yeah, because the thing is, let's quickly jump to the blackboard. The thing is, and why it's not detecting? Yeah, it did detect the pencil mode. That when you are coloring kind of like a 3D flat space and you have like, I don't know, a cone in here or a sphere or whatever, and you have something like this, the reason why it cannot be screen space, right? Apart from you saw that it looked badly, is that you would color this face of a of the shape a little bit differently. You would be like or something to indicate like 3D space of it, and this probably would be colored in a different direction and this in a different direction, right? So when you'll be looking at the object, just by the just by direction of the coloring lines, you would be able to indicate the shape of the object, right? Am I right or am I just bullshitting? Like, let me quickly see 3D pencil colored pencil drawing, right? But not realistic. Oh yeah, is that what I meant? Kinda. Oh yeah, this is exactly this. Like, this face is colored differently than what is up top, right? So it requires like a whole completely different UV wrapping. Like, hey, for this face, use this. For this face, use that. I need to rethink my approach to like coloring objects because for now, yeah, the idea that I will be screen spacing it is not really working it well because I actually, for the 3D reasons, need to have a UV wrapping in the mesh space, right? Yeah, like if we get back to the blackboard in here. Yeah, because it is almost as if I took like a whole shape, right? Draw it on the 2D paper. Let me do it a better job at it, right? And instead of like coloring each, face of my cube here differently, it's as if I would go and be like, yay, let's color everything uniformly. Oh shit, I went over the lines, so let's redraw the lines, and yeah, now we have 3D space and everything. It's like, no, it actually looks awful, right? So I have to figure out how to do a better UV wrapping around, objects, but still so it would look as if it was drawn on 2D paper. I don't know if it makes sense what I'm saying. Yeah. Let me get back to like the fence. I want to get back to here, and I wonder if I can turn off the screen space position and how it will look then. It actually doesn't look half bad, I'll be honest, when it is like this, because it is automatically, those lines are drawn in differently. And here it's still with the outline, it's, if I got that edge, it would still, look correct. Although I'm losing a little bit of the screen positioning, like I feel like I'm 3D world, in 3D world, not in a 3D game, not as if I'm looking at the 3D drawing on the 2D paper. So it should be screen position and it should not be screen position at the same time. Shit. Cannot wrap my head around that. I will have to figure that out. And maybe let's put like coloring in here as well. So that's how it looks like right now. This edge detection. Is something missing. This is something missing. Yeah, and the shadows. I don't think those shadows will work. The thing that I talked with my friend about, because I think he misunderstood me and he wanted to create like this pencil drawn shadow on a mesh, not that shadow. So I wonder, like, because I never really considered this. Unreal Engine, how could I affect the way the shadow looks like? Is it possible we were without rewriting, parts of rendering? Okay, these are like problems with shadows. That's not exactly what I'm going for. Unreal Engine changing shadow color. Ah, that's interesting. Shadows and shadow tint. How can I change the color of shadows? Using colored translucent shadows. How to create? Yeah, let's take a peek at every one of those and see, what we'll find in here. And what someone was showing. Huh? Ah, okay. Here's the shadow and we're changing the color of it, etc. I know I could use modulated shadows, but they only work with stationary light. Okay. Also, I don't think the post-processing color gradient shadows is the best option. I tried before. Only one way is to change the ambient light color. You mean lower hemisphere color? The only shadow color change are the shadow of one object over the other object. like the image below. Physical base shadows are just blocked light, so shadow can't have any color themselves. The shadowed areas you see in direct lighting, blah blah blah. You can't do this in material editor. Okay, that's what I assumed. Yeah, the shadows that I'm thinking in mind, like hand drawn, is something that might not be possible without rewriting parts of render, or I need to use substrate, because when I was at Unreal Fest last year at Stockholm, I attended this presentation about substrate, and the guy basically said that each substrate material is kind of like its own how did he put it, like lightning, like it's its own shader model, right? So maybe I could do something there. I don't know, I ain't sure if I can affect those shadows, or I should use like superpose, I don't know, like catch every shadow pixel in my post process and start applying some operation to it. I don't know. Same texture section show to drop on lightning model. I think I can preview this in the editor. Okay, we'll take a look at this. Using color translucent shadow. Ah, it's that. Okay, no, that's not what I want. How to create custom shadows. Yeah, via post process. Okay, that's, yeah. Let's try that. Why not? Yeah. Let's try the post process material. Let's see what we are working with there, right? But we already have a post process. We already have active post process, right? Because I think I have post process volume in here. No, I don't have. So where is this hook? This is grid paper skydome with the screen space. Yeah. Okay. Say no more. Okay, so let's create a new material. Let's shadow post process. Let's see what we can actually achieve there. And first of all, material domain is post process, so I can only affect emissive color. Okay. Lightning mode. Translucent self shadow, refraction, blah blah blah. Post process material. Output alpha, scene color and tone mapping. Translucency. Oh, okay. Vision use neural. Okay. I didn't know that there is like some neural network going on behind. Forward shading, that's something that we don't use. Physical material map. Usage, blah blah blah. Is there anything regarding shadow? Not really. Okay. Can I detect shadow? Shadow pass switch. This is not non-shadow map. This is shadow. Oh, maybe it's. If it would be that simple, I would be laughing my ass off. I don't know. Let's take texture. Let's take. Where was that? Yeah, let's take that. But the color obviously will be like black. This is like going to the shadow depth. I have no fucking clue what I'm doing, but you know. The current material level has the following combination and feature. Are you sure? So, wait. What is the error? Ah, okay. Missing input default. I thought. Okay, let's try to find how to use shadow pass switch. Shadow pass switch. Unreal Engine 5. Okay, shadow pass switch. Blah blah blah. Shadow pass switch. Unreal Engine tips and tricks. Utilize the shadow pass switch node to control the mesh cast shadow with the proxy. This node is valuable for adjusting stylized shadow. Okay, I think my dude didn't tell me about this because you misunderstand what I meant with the shadows, but I think this is the way go about things, right? But I still have to it's like camera mask, okay. But I don't understand really what I should put into like default opacity, blah blah blah. I should put some buffer, I think, there, but I'm not sure which buffer. I'll leave that. 5-minute materials, shadow pass switch. Oh yeah, I love prismatic dev. He's awesome. Let's see what he has to say about stuff, or how he's showing texture sample. Oh, it shouldn't be done in the post process. He does it via opacity mask. What? That's crazy. You made this mesh have this kind of texture? That's exactly what I'm looking for. Okay, okay. It should go into opacity mask. Okay, so I think I went about it wrong. It shouldn't be this at all. Like, fuck all of that for a hot second. And let's get into like a pencil color, right? And if I understand that correctly, shadow pass switch, and for default opacity mask, it should go this, right? And wait, 3. And this should go in here. What in the holy hell? Okay, and let's save it. I created another interesting effect that I don't understand, but it didn't create shadow at all. But it created really cool effect. Nice. Okay, I probably should pay more attention to what this guy is doing. Like base color. Ah, of course, different material domain, etc. Okay, so this thing actually might not be usable with my stuff, which is unlit, right? Oh, he also has a cat. I watched his streams but didn't realize that. Alright. Okay, what else I could... Using shadows as mask. Okay, let's maybe search for Unreal Engine 5. Post-process shadow. Dexterovsky says, this guy taught me how to do jiggle physics. Really? I wasn't aware he's such a man of culture. Is this that video where he did the jiggle physics? No, it's like some material operation. Did he do jiggle physics on... no, it cannot be on material. But, okay. I will for sure, you know, be looking through his stuff. Wonder physics. What does he have? Physical animation. Full physics movement system. Breath of the Wild physics overhaul. Yeah. Physical material mass. Single layer water. I will find it. For sure I will find it. It's good to know. Thank you, Dexterovsky. Alright. Post-process tutorial, post-process material, lightning, shadow node. Yeah, that's the thing. Like right now, I'm also understanding like on the surface level what I should do to achieve that kind of shadow. That whenever there is a pixel that is being rendered as a lack of lightning and I detect that it is a shadow in a post process, I should infuse a pixel from a texture of, you know, pencil drawing, black pencil drawing, right? That I understand. But how to achieve that? I don't know. Nextadovsky says, I'm not sure if it was directly targeted into jiggle physics, but I think it was physical animation tutorial because this is the same thing. Yeah, that's true. It can be like a dangling whatever on the armor, right? But thank you for showing me that. Prismatic Dev is one of the guys that I really enjoy. He's one of the real ones. He also has streams, like I remember watching his stream and he was chasing some topic and it was constantly not working. He was like, God damn. And I was like, okay, I respect this shit. And after that, he made a video of like, okay, here is how I did this, right? He is one of the real ones. That's shit answer. Okay. Okay, post process detect shadow. Is there something like this? Shadow catcher, okay. Casting fake shadows in post process material. There you go. Change material if in shadow. That's not exactly. But maybe. Let's see. That's basically how people are working with this shit. It's like, okay, I have an idea. I don't know how to go about it. Let's try to find shit, right? Dexterovsky says, I wanted only to know how to create those jiggle physics, but he accidentally taught me how to set up whole physical asset in Ragdoll. Oh, nice. Nice. Okay, you just made me realize I also know how to do jiggle physics. Yeah, because I was thinking that maybe it should be done differently because of how, you know, a thing is attached to a body, right? But that's why I was thinking about like soft body physics or anything like that. But now I'm like, oh, okay, okay. I work with physical assets and ragdolls. Okay, it's just a bone. It's just a physical asset and a constraint. Sorry, not a bone. And it's like, oh, with the material on it, etc. And you need to attach it to the bone. Yeah, so you need a bone, and yeah, just needs extra bones for it. Yeah, yeah, you can have a base character without that. Then you can. Yeah, you just made me realize I would know where to start. Unreal Engine 5 render graph 5.4, but that's for movies, I guess. Okay, Shadowcaster. Shadow Catcher. That's exactly what I want. Show me the Shadow Catcher, right? This is a post process, right? Scene texture, post processing, input. Don't tell me that it's that simple. That is just one node and I just haven't found it. Please. Base color. And he does subtract from fucking what? Okay, and he changes it from this to like post process input 0. Okay, I have no fucking clue what that is, but whatever. Okay, he subtracts base color from whatever this is and he saturates it. There you go. And he cut shadows. What? Blendable location, scene color after tone mapping. He changes it into replacing the tone mapper. Okay. Okay. Slow down, my dude. Let's go step by step. We got 22 minutes more of this stream. I love this effect, so I'm once again saving it as weird black pencil stuff because it might be something, you know, cool. But let's open up the original M pencil. And let's undo. Basically, let's delete this, right? Yeah. Okay. So we got shadow catcher, right? And so he did post. What the fuck was that? Scene texture. Okay, scene. Is this that? Yeah. And he used like a base color, which doesn't exist here. That's great. Oh no, there's base color for lightning. Okay. And he duplicated it and used post-process input 0. Input 0 of this post-process pass usually the only one hooked up. There's like specular for lightning. We can catch all of this stuff like metallic and do stuff to it. Depth mask, shading model color. Oh, shading model ID, so we can switch shading models. That's great. Custom stencil, scene stencil, constraint stencil, blah blah blah. That's interesting. Scene stencil, that's super interesting. Specular is first person. Okay, yeah, so we can do this. I never really played around with post processes like this, so it is my first time, I think, working with that. So it's extremely fascinating. Maybe I should do like a stream only dedicated to post process and finding out what fucked up shit I can do. All right. It was this post process input. Nope. have to type in subtract to do subtraction. Oh my god. Yeah, and we are doing this and that. We are saturating. And we are putting emissive color in. And nothing works. Of course. Yeah. Let's go a couple of steps. Wait. What did he do here? Oh yeah, just post process, sure. And he added this, he changed to base color. Okay, already he has like a scene with the thing, I don't. So is there something wrong with like a viewport in my version of Unreal? Because for him it worked right out of the get-go. He had a scene rendered in here. He had like a black screen. Ah, okay. The emissive color goes like, okay, that's when you can see the whole scene, right? And that's, wow, actually I'm learning something new. Shit. Wonder how efficient it will be, but I probably think it wouldn't if I could do lots of texturing inside of the post process for certain things, right? Food for thought for someone who is not a tech artist. Okay, right? So great. Okay. And as he subtract one from the other, he saturates everything, and oh yeah, I got that tiny feel of that, right? Okay. Then here he goes to blendable location and changes it into replacing the tone mapper. Yeah, that's kind of what I want to do. Because I will be now, if I could just like slap a texture on this, I would be home, right? We'll see if I'll be able to go from what he is doing to like, hey, now let's slap the fucking texture into it, right? Because right now he added a post process, right? And he got shadows, and he's creating like a shadow pass post process, right? Or what the hell is he doing? It can be unbound or right. Post process is a shadow catcher, and he goes into sky sphere. It's another plain default material. Okay, he changes the colors of those, right? Okay, so he basically then does things to... Ah, that's the thing that I haven't considered. He renders those shadows here, but he also turns off shadows on the objects itself. Or not. Okay. Okay, that's how he did it. Alright. So, I have this working on for me, and I have to go from this to like a shadow that is like done by colored pencil. I'm not sure if I know how to do this. But this is an emissive color, so I wonder if I can just like sample texture. Let's just freaking do it. Pencil color is here. I wonder if I can just do this. Where the hell is that? Shadow post process test. Right, but of course UVs will be screen position, right? screen position, right? But it shouldn't really be screen position, but whatever, right? Color is not that. It's black as fuck. And we got the shadow. This is our shadow. Why is it still green? I have no idea. Shouldn't be green at all. That shit should be black. What if I do this? Nothing is really happening here, but let's add post process. My god. Post process volume. Let's make it unbound. Yeah. And yeah, those are all these things. And learns. Great. Lumen, post process materials. That's what I'm going for. And oh, I have to go. Oh, okay. For this. Okay, I got the shadow to be rendered like the fucking pencil drawing, but everything else turned to dark, right? So I guess I have to blend this, right? Wait, that looks cool. I don't know what the fuck I did, but everything started looking cooler right now. What the hell? Why? I don't know, but wait, what? Ah, okay. So it goes here. Everything started looking like a little bit cooler. Yeah, this is like my regular scene, and after I applied this post process, everything got darker, but also looks kind of better, more like an actual drawing or whatever, or like a flipbook thingy. I don't really understand how I did this pass-through thing. What else I can choose here? Scene color, scene depth, specular, base color. Should I just like put in base color in here? No. Should use okay, I did exactly what they said. All right, that's actually interesting. And so when I do this, I have, oh my god, that's not what I want. Yes, I have this kind of effect, and here I can render my shadows as a this thing, but okay, you cannot see it here. That's great. Screen position, emissive color. That is kind of fucking funny. Yeah, I think. Yeah, and I have this. I have the shadows, right? It's funny because those shadows are already rendering as this kind of texture, right? Like my base color is directly influencing. I don't need to do any of this, right? It doesn't look like I need to. But now I want to like only to use this for the shadows. Can I do something like this? Not really. Okay, I was able to right now like make shadows this, but I don't know how, if it is even possible to just render the shadow as this. Can I just do this and this? It deleted the shadow completely from my scene. Oh no, it didn't. It just did absolutely jack shit. Should I reverse the blend order? Yeah, I'm not sure how to do this right now. That's, yeah, and it's probably like a basic operation from tech artists, right? What else could I do? Blend, color and burn, darken, different. Not material layer blend. That's not exactly it. Normal blend. Blending normal map. Override opacity mask. Override base color. Tint, stain, standard. Shit. And the regular blend. Yeah, I already showed those. Yeah, I need to reach out once again to my friend like, hey, look, this is what I meant when I was talking about the shadows. I am able to do this to like create the post process that will just render shadows and it will be this texture, but now I want to layer the regular view and just use those fucking things. Conceptually speaking, I think it has to be something like, okay, something more like this is like my regular scene. From it, I have to detect those shadows, regular shadows, right? Delete them. So this needs to like subtract those shadows, and I don't know what will be left in the place of it. Scene minus shadows, and somehow add back changed shadows, like change new shadows and add it back in like a mix here happening, and this should result from concept in a scene with new shadows, right? Dexterowski says, I like how it is starting to look. Yeah, like me too. I think I'm onto something. On the next stream, I think I will try out what Graham was talking about, the post process outline. I will get back to this idea. I love how the inverted all works, or maybe I will try to, you know, like understand how I can fix those holes without post-process. Maybe this is like doable or something. I don't know, we'll see. I just realized something, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so the outline is already like almost there. I don't know what fuck I did, but my post process made everything darker, and it actually starts to look more like, hey, we are actually, you know, here. Also, the post process should take care of the thing that each pixel should start looking as if it was rendered, as if it was actually drawn on a piece of paper, right? Yeah, those edges, this will probably be a post process, but it starts to look like something, right? It starts to look like something interesting. Of course, you know, the way that those textures are, you know, like redrawn and everything, the panel works is not exactly, because the panel is right now constantly going into one direction, and if I could affect it in a different way, and I will try to do this, is you know, it would be like jittering with each frame, flip book frame. So maybe I should start writing it down what I should do for the next stream, because I think next stream also, because I kind of got invested into this this thing, right? So stream notes, outline notes from the stream. Okay, so what to do for the next thing? By the way, Dexterowski, I found this thing called TL Draw. It's for free. It is an online blackboard with lots of functionalities similar to Miro, but it's for free. You can self-host it. You know, you can log onto it from your phone and whatever, and yeah, I found that it works the best for me right now, and I'm using it for, you know, work, etc. So let's write it down with this color. Thank you. Yeah, I have to wait. What? I have to go like. I forgot how to do the text. TL Draw. Let me drop a link to it. It's like, too long did it read? Raw. Draw. It's like a wordplay, like 3 or 4 meanings at the same time. So, you know, someone really put a good thought through it. And I learned about this only because I was watching GameDev, and he took upon the GitHub of this project, where the owner of this project basically said that he's not allowing any pull requests created by AI, and he's closing either pull requests at all or for like AI created code because it was destroying the product. I really recommend it. It seems like the guy making it is actually, you know, a good guy, so, you know. For next stream, let's do quick notes, and I think I'll be off for today. So, how to mix basically scenes or something in post process. I need to pick up, you know, my friend's brain about that, whether I'm thinking about it in the correct terms as tech artist would do. What else? Outline problem. Inverted convex all outline problems. Should I replace it with post process outlines? What else? What else I was thinking about? So shadows, this, and improve banner in pencil in M pencil color Solar. Spanner shouldn't be moving constantly in one direction. Spanner shouldn't be moving constantly in one direction. It should kinda jitter by only a couple of units every flip book frame, right? Yeah, because right now if we're talking about the art style of that project, we will have two frame rates, like a game frame rate and the flipbook frame rate. And for the better effect, different parts of scene might have a different flipbook frame. It will be constantly done only for the pure visual aesthetic. Maybe the best way would be if something is like 4 frames per second and something else 12 frames per second, or maybe everything should be unified. We will experiment with this because I have no intuition of how I should go about that, right? So how to make scenes or something in post-process, like how could I, for shadows, right? And can I take the shadows that are in the scene, delete them, and add my look of it? We'll see. Yeah, the outline problems, I need to fix that. And Panner in a pencil color. And maybe, but I don't think I will have time for that, better grid paper texture. So it will actually not look like this because it's obviously a placeholder. Yeah. Yeah, I'll see if I will be able to, like, you know, maybe I will do it on stream, like get the camera, take a proper picture of, I don't know, like we'll see. I probably won't have time on stream for that. For the next stream. Okay. So, I think that's it for today. We went and pursued lots of weird avenues, but we got somewhere that starts to look like something, starts to look like some semblance of style, right? We got the cool looking outline. We know how to affect the texture, and we know that we shouldn't use screen positioning, right? Screen space. And we know that we have to up our post-process game, right? I might try to do like a separate stream for post-processing because I feel like I need to really up my skills in that domain. All right. Where's Pumba? He should say goodbye. He's sleeping. I don't want to bother him. All right. So, I guess that's it for me for today. That's absolutely it for me. I have to go right now. It was lovely to get back to streaming. I hope I will be able to stream, you know, next Sunday, the exact same time. And I think I'll be doing more of this finding art style when you're definitely not an artist and not a tech artist. We will try to get somewhere. Yeah, and without further ado, I wish you guys nice rest of the Sunday and a nice whole new future next week. Bye bye, guys. Yeah, you too, Dexterovsky. Yeah, bye bye.